Look at this new pimp. I guess I'm doing some games. This is E.
take emergency right to and then they'll restart, right? I mentioned evacuation orders. Um, evacuation orders have been issued for unincorporated areas of Los Angeles County near those dangerous burn scar areas. That includes Juniper Hills, the the Lermo area. I'm so sorry. Remember the Bobcat Fire area? Anywhere around there, and following the areas of Ortiz and Kings Canyon from that lake fire. Remember the lake fires? So if you have received an evacuation order, it is very important that you follow that order. Do not stay in your home, or you will risk having a mess site. You will risk the lives of first responders who eventually show up to try to save you. It is really important that you do what you're told depending on where you live. Now, if you're in an area that has not been evacuated, I caution you not to go to your car, to not hit the roads in any way. I'm watching video and seeing cars submerged up to the door handle in some areas around the Southland. So these flash floods are nothing to trifle with. Did you know when rainstorms happen, the thing that most often causes death isn't high winds, it's not mudslides, it's not water spouts that could happen over the piece of it. It is always, almost people crashing into it. Okay? And I'm going to add one other thing. If you're an adult and you're responsible for a child, do not put them in the car with you tonight. Keep the kids close. This is a time for you guys to play some games together, stay home, hunker down, light a fire if you have a fireplace, and pretend you're in an insured accident. We want to leave our freeways open for first responders to help those in need. We want to leave our freeways open for those who have been evacuated in certain areas. A reminder that at this point, Los Angeles Unified School District says despite this strong storm, all schools will be open tomorrow. That's Monday, February 5th, except one, which is Vinedale College Preparatory Academy in Sun Valley. It will remain closed because they haven't created a mandatory evacuation plan, so they're evacuating. But stay close to KFI because we are going to continue to follow this story. We are getting all kinds of reports from officials at the city. We'll be able to give you more information as the flood warning continues to be in effect. Pay attention to warnings that might be coming in on your cell phones. At this point, it's going to go probably, the evacuation warnings are there. You've got to follow them. The state of emergency is happening until at least midnight. If you do need to reach out to 911, please only do it if you have a legitimate emergency. Remember, those operators need to very quickly forward the call to the first responders that you need to get to. We do know that here in the city of Los Angeles, maintenance staff is on call to handle emergencies on public right-of-ways, parks, catch basins, and drain issues. So we had a caller earlier talking about storm drains being filled and streets filling up. If you see this happening to you, you can report an issue 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm going to give out the phone number, okay? The number, and this actually is in the city of Palmdale, where they are expecting this to be called 661-267-5338. We do know that if you see a barricade, I am going to say this over and over and over. This is not the time to toot and drive around the barricade. This is the time to stop and pay attention. Turn around. Do not frown, okay? If you see a barricade on any road in the Southland, it is there for a reason. This is not a time to play around in our flooded areas. There are so many hazards on many of the large pools of water are not visible to you. If you do have an emergency, report it by calling 911. If you see any downed power lines, please call 911. And also notify Southern California Edison. Their number is 800-611-1911. We are continuing to monitor the state of the emergency as we have yet another historic atmospheric river here in Southland. I'm finding that when we have this amount of rain in such a short period of time, it obviously has a damper on our mood, but more than that, it so that many people here in Southland have feelings of nervousness about what's going to happen, right? So that's why we're here to bring it up to date. We do know that this is a low pressure area with atmospheric river is distributed all along the California coast. Our governor, Gavin Newsom, has declared a state of emergency. And I will say this, unlike our last system, this storm is not in a hurry to leave, right? This atmospheric river of moisture that is tunneling California right now is going to linger for at least 3 days, forecasters are estimating. Already we have saturated soil. We have more rain than we could ever imagine. Strong winds continue to knock down trees, knock down power lines. A number of Californians are without power. Can you check through exactly where the areas are where there are power outages here in California? If you had been planning today or tomorrow to go to any kind of sporting event, or I'm hoping all the people attending Grammys get home safely, but you don't have to go to your Easter party. It's your time to get home. You need time to go home, stay close to the radio, stay close to the news, right?
I think we're viewing here like a baby.
A local school
He's
risk of
dead
flooding
though.
remains
I
centered
remember he used to
north
be a
of
baby.
Los Angeles metro area, while a level 3 risk extends just north of LA and southwest all the way to San Diego. Okay, so we are talking about a very serious flash flood warning that is in effect until Tuesday. Okay, it has a lot of moisture in it. It's a much larger flood threat than Southern California has seen in some time. So we may see more than 5 inches of rain today alone. If you're in Sierra Nevada, you can expect lots of snow. Don't cheer yet. You skiers, wait until we get people through this safely. So that means they expect over 2 to 4 feet of snow, maybe even in higher elevations, higher than that. In fact, above 5,000 feet, maybe even 6 feet of snow. I know we're very excited about this, but can we get everyone safe through this storm? We're talking about very high winds too. Gusts of 70 miles an hour are working their way down the coast through the region and in the overnight hours. Already, such winds have seen 88-mile-an-hour gusts. Pebble Beach up north saw 65-mile-an-hour gusts, Oakland 62. So it is no joke that a large tree has fallen onto a vehicle on the 101 northbound in Santa Rosa, up in Santa Rosa, up in Sonoma County. Homes have been damaged. Fallen trees have struck cars and houses. And this is what we may be experiencing here in Los Angeles too. And that's why I caution you to get out in a safe home. Get out of your car and get home safely. This is not something to be trifled with. We're going to continue to cover this historic storm here on KFI AM 640. You're listening to the Dr. Rabbi Show on KFI AM 640 live everywhere you want on radio. And now a further 24-hour KFI news from the website.
Introducing this issue-based state of emergency for 8 counties in SoCal, including LA, Orange, Riverside, and Ventura. He's authorizing deployment of the California National Guard with food and along with other health officials. Thousands of Californians are without power. Some said the heavy rain coming is expected to get heavier as the night goes on. The National Weather Service has issued a flood warning for parts of SoCal through Tuesday. News brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. Fire officials in LA say they're concerned with streets becoming rivers. Captain Eric Scott says if you don't have to get out today, don't. The continued powers of rain are very likely going to create freeze on a public road, and fast-moving water currents that can be an immediate life threat to anyone who's going to get near those bodies of water. Scott says debris and mud flows near the foothills are a big concern, so people should not ignore warnings. You should have a backup plan in place in case of last-minute evacuation orders. Steve Gregory, 75 News. A man picked up dead in a lake inside SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. That was apparently seen walking through the lake on Friday night and taking a swim. Rescuers entered the lake to find that he was dead. Unclear what happened. This is the second time someone's died in the lake. And Pakistani has on his property, and his body was found in the water July 6, 2022. Firefighters in Los Angeles have rescued several people from a fire that boarded up 13-story high-rise at Koreatown. The fire broke out around 2 this afternoon on Vermont Avenue. Firefighters say they found several people inside. No one was hurt. Ohio Attorney General Dave Gills is working with state lawmakers on issue with use of nitrogen for execution. I recognize that there are people with legitimate and deep execution of drugs. The rock music revolutionaries from the late 60s and early 70s reside. Wayne Kramer has co-founded the children run band the MC5. The Detroit kid would put in anthems such as Kick Out the Jams. They influenced everyone from The Clash to Rage Against the Machine. Kramer played guitar for the band. They were known for their uncompromising music, which they envisioned as the soundtrack to the uprising to come. Wayne Kramer, Let's Stay in Pop. Sandy Wells, KFI News. And we got a crash on the 101 in Encino. It's the east of I-101 at Asheville. The middle lane is where you find the wreckage and things are backed up from White Oak. It's a pretty solid backup from White Oak. You can just say that it's from South Hartsville if you're heading east on the 101. And it stays pretty heavy onto the 134 all the way into Bloomfield. In Sherman Oaks, the 405 northbound the 404 Boulevard, right lane, boarding out there. Taylor Heights Taylor and the 60 eastbound to Lorena, contact, the car went under the guardrail, stuck there, backed up from the 101. Way up by the sky, let's take a look after. I'm Randy Cole. Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort for your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so smart, it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. And now save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition Smart Bed for limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find store near you, visit sleepnumber.com. Suffering lows, you can't find major things in thunderstorms tonight. 2 to 3 inches possible. Flood watch until midnight tonight. Southwest California, including northern Los Angeles and northern Ventura counties. Close to lower 50s in most places, 40 in the AV, and 40 miles an hour winds in the AV as well. And possible thunderstorms continue tomorrow. Highs around 60 beaches, Metro LA, OC, the Valley's AV, IE, low 50s in the AV. Down to a 40% chance of rain finally by Wednesday and then a slight chance of it by Friday. Right now it's 56 in Tustin, 58 in Garden Grove. Both places getting soaking. Using local appliances and KFI Bleak Oil and Newsroom on Mark Brown. Hi, I'm Bill.
And I'm Christine, and we're the owners of American Vision Windows and Doors.
Before I was asking that was an experience from the product that was a natural progression.
I like the fact that we install cooler pumps. Doing this hydrotherapy walking tub is definitely going to change Seven's life for the better. It's a relief to know that my mom will be safe. When you have safety and beauty for us, that's what I get excited about.
It's all American Vision, and we're very excited about it. Every time we walk in there, they can't believe who our family is. Walking tubs are great for seniors. The Chubby Shower conversion is a quick way to upgrade your home. Even as little as one day. Our professionals replace your old tub in as little as a day. You save thousands on a shower replacement and turn your ugly bath into something you can be proud of. For a limited time, 0% interest and 0 payments for 18 months. Call 888-675-2885 or visit AmericanVisionBath.com. Now, visit website today. Simple Solaris, your choice for all your solar roofing and heating and air needs. Visit simplesolaris.com.
Pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. That's what they say. Well, the Theragen B6 can help with that. The Theragen B6 is a thermal wellness machine for your home.
This is a sleep machine that's going to hold up to in any room of your kitchen. In fact, you can see the beauty of it for yourself. TheragenUX.com.
Users love it. People with lumbar issues, disc issues, shoulder and neck pain. One fan says, use this every day. The greatest guy in my life. I've had back pain, says, because of my job, and this therapy bed is amazing. It keeps up, relax my muscles.
Another fan of the B6 says it works wonders with her sciatic pain. She feels more energetic when she uses it at night. She sleeps better.
The easiest way to upgrade your lifestyle is to reduce the amount of pain you feel daily.
Invest in your health and your home with the Theragen B6.
With a promo code for KFI listeners, here it is. Go to TheragenUS.com and type in Get Your B6.
Get your B6 at TheragenUS.com. For more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/awards. This is Jacob and Mike. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI is all over the storm. Keep it here for the latest.
KFI.
Listen, guys, phone.
page 4 that you had talked about last with you, just the introduction of the law. So, the back page, some orders were issued in parts of Los Angeles County today as our powerful storm continues in the Southland, bringing life-threatening flood risk and dangerous for high winds to the area. When people drive on the roads, this is the most dangerous part of these atmospheric rivers. When people dive, they don't die much like, they're not diving much like, I mean, they might, but they don't. Usually it happens because they do a double move, they get in the cars, and they're moving too closely. Now, I understand that some people have to be on the road. You know, there are first responders who have to be on the road, there are people that drive for a living, there are people who need to get to their jobs. I just caution everybody to be as careful as possible. We got a couple contacts from some of our listeners, at least one listeners on the 15 right now. I am outside the store, headed to Vegas. I am working the big game next weekend. It is not all clear here in the beautiful city of this area on the I-15. It is a big old mess. So, just let you all know, big old mess right here on the I-15. Be all in Vegas. Perfect. Yeah, and hope that listeners can stay safe. Our thoughts are with you out there. You know, when I drive a lot, and I do a lot of driving up the state, up the 5, I have great respect for those driving those 18-wheelers because they're dealing with the public who are getting it around with their motorcycles and cars, and, you know, they can't stop easily, right? So one of our listeners happens to be one of our long-haul drivers right now. Let's have a listen.
Just a quick little tip, just to let you just, you know, all the drivers out there, you know, need someone to drive you know, real estate, and, me and my son will be having a nice restaurant, so I'll be working all night, opening the restaurant for myself, and getting soap, and, the fish. You just have a good one.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for those who have to be working in this. I mean, think of it. Keep your dad, kids are at home, it's out there in the rain, delivering all night. You have to, right? Everybody needs to earn a living. But if you don't have to be on the road, either because you're not being evacuated, or because you don't have to go to work, or you don't like the radio, or you we're here tonight, aren't we? Yeah, because look at the rain up in the nose and stay here for the morning. I don't think we should get that. I don't want to. I don't want to. I think we're supposed to keep it here. So the big cat. You know, sometimes you have to have a down the steamer when there's an emergency situation. For years, I was a local news reporter in New York and Los Angeles, and it was giving me some of the best it's the brain that's not good. All right, so in case you're living under a rock, let me remind you that Governor Gavin Newsom has now declared a state of emergency here in California. In Los Angeles, officials have urged residents to stay home and off the roads on Sunday and Monday. The state of emergency extends for 8 counties in the state, including Los Angeles County and Orange County. Additionally, there are evacuation warnings. They have been issued for the unincorporated Los Angeles County areas near burn scars. And so those include Beautiful Hills. Remember the Bobcat Fire? Remember the Lake Fire? Remember Lake Hughes, King Canyon? Those areas have complete evacuation orders. And so they also warn everybody so that the people being evacuated can get somewhere safe. So they can go stay in a hotel, they stay with family or friends in an area where it's safe and they're not being evacuated. The National Weather Service has put out a flash flood warning in Pasadena and surrounding areas. Santa Barbara Airport has been completely closed due to flooding. All commercial flights have been canceled. Cal State Fullerton, Cal State LA, and Seaside will be canceling all in-person classes tomorrow, Monday, February 5th. However, the three schools will be holding all classes remotely on Monday. I teach at Cal State Channel Islands. We have not gotten any notification that the school will be closed tomorrow. I assume they're waiting to see what happens by midnight. So students, if you're listening, please go to the website, look for emails from the school. At this point, I will be there teaching school. This is really much of it. that the National Weather Service had issued a flash flood warning for LA County that's going to extend through midnight through the night. This storm is not going to be burning, folks. This atmospheric river that we're experiencing will be here until at least Tuesday. We here at KFI are community. If you've got news or information about something happening in your area that has to do with the storm, give us a call. That's 1-800-520-1KFI. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, all you do is press the microphone button in the top left-hand corner. You can send us a message about what's happening in your area. We are here for you at KFI. You're listening to the Dr. Wendy Ross Show on KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, the city of 24-hour KFI News Grid in my water.
Officials in California warning potentially devastating flooding and ordering evacuations for tens burned in recent wildfires that are at high risk for mud and debris flow. National Weather Service office for Los Angeles warned that all systems are go for one of the most dramatic weather days in recent memory. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho says the Los Angeles Unified School District schools will be open tomorrow despite powerful storm moving through the region. He said some students depend on nutrition at school, but plans remain open and could change depending on weather conditions. And singer-songwriter Victoria Monet has won Best New Artist at the 66th Annual Grammy Awards. We'll check out your Wet Sunday Evening Drive right after this.
Ryan, can you just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. They obviously have a price.
This doesn't make very much.
Here, right down in the snuggle corner.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopper. The snuggle plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website at snuggleplumber.com. First, but we can keep them. Crash up on 91. Eastbound 91 at Lakeview, that breaks in the left lane, something back up from the 55 freeway. Not a whole lot slowing there, but it is very slow. It is slow. Northbound 5 slow going, Jennifer Springs, still at 110. And southbound 5 is still Brookfield before 100 to Norwalk. And Chino in the 101, eastbound at Haskell and Grant in the middle lane, and back up from Dyke Road to Hill Canada. All the way back to Dyke Road. KFI is calling us to get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Total one more. Hey, I think this girl is so pretty. No, it's nothing wrong with it.
I know, me too. And I try to limit myself to one of those little bottles, like once a week. But it's true. I mean, with a little vodka, just to great idea.
It's total wine. Fuck around and find out what's up. Oof.
The state of emergency was in effect until at least midnight. We are warning people to stay off the roads so that first responders can get to people who need help. We have a caller. Hi, it's Dr. Wendy. Hi, it's Dr. Wendy. Hi, who's it? Hi, Robert. Good.
I'm so confused on the logic behind this snowstorm. My brother wasn't there. I called into the water. There was the portal but you can't take water when it's raining. So the next thing I know,
You also cannot get a roofer to come out.
so just get right. So that's what sort of took it in for us because I have no water. People running out at ViralRabbi. But the question is, so you're telling everybody, I guess you not you and whatever, you're telling everybody, stay home this is a very storm and blah 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 this is how they figure out all the things that were good.
We need people to stay outdoors more while it's very hard so the first responders can get out there. So the community message was a senior from Council Channel. And so that's what we're saying. They're going to reassess when the state of emergency, is in effect until at least midnight, and then they're going to reassess, and then they're going to make these decisions. I did just get an alert from Council Channel Island saying that there is an update. So if you skip the alert, go read the email. I love that. But anyway, stay safe out there. And I'm sorry your mom got water. Is that a cool feeling to have your mom got water as it's coming down? The whole thing. Are they able to put in a time and a half or something?
Oh, I don't think nothing for free.
That's the man. I like it. Well, try to stay dry as best you can out there. And thank you so much for calling in. And that is what I'm telling people, to wait until midnight. We're all getting so tired and blurry-eyed tomorrow because we're trying to figure late tonight. Okay, so here's what school says, Cal State Carolina. We continue to receive updates from the National Weather Service. We know that the impact on Ventura County is expected to be less severe than originally predicted. That's good to know. So it looks like they're leaving it up to faculty. For faculty, the determination of whether to hold class in person or virtually must also prioritize their own and their students' safety. We ask people to be as flexible as possible and ensuring the continuity of instruction in campus services. Oh, now I got to make a decision whether to teach on Zoom tomorrow or not. What should I do tomorrow? Well, how about I get up and make some good potential class? Don't do that. But this was a special class in the library. We're in library research methods, and this is a librarian. Favorite librarian. And she's doing things. Very good. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Come on, now it's class tomorrow. That would be amazing. Just reminding everybody, we are not making light of this. We are in the middle of the atmosphere river. It's another historic storm. I remember the days when we lived with drought, and now all of a sudden we are having flooding to deal with. The evacuation orders that were issued in parts of Los Angeles County on Sunday continue. The Southland is bringing life-threatening risks of flood, dangerously high winds to the area. There are certain areas that have been evacuated, especially burning areas, and so we have to allow those people to get out safely. If you are driving, and I know a lot of you are having to drive, I'm getting phone calls because you're having to work, etc. If you see a barricade up, it means something. This is not the time to be cheeky and go around the barricade. When people do die in these kinds of storms, it is usually or most commonly in their cars. These flash floods can happen very quickly, and you can be involved. So I want you to respect and honor what our first responders are doing and heat states out there. So we do have more than 8,500 first responders in the state who have been asked to come out. They are there for you. If you are experiencing an emergency, whether it is flooding, whether it is, whether there are mudslides happening, whether you're stranded in somewhere, whether you're having a health issue, call 911 if you're experiencing an emergency. But do not log on those lines until, unless you have an emergency, okay, because the first responders have to get out there. We've heard from a driver who drives a delivery vehicle who is stuck on their road working. I'm telling you, there are long-haul 18-wheelers who do most of their driving at night. They've got to get stuff. We all know about supply chain now, right? We've been through COVID. We've been through this. So you have to respect those truckers. We've got to get their job done. They've got to get stuff to people. So I encourage you to stay off the roads. So when you the reason why flooding is particularly dangerous at night is you see the black water, right? It looks to you like it's 12 inches. That's no problem. I can drive through that and safe. And before you know it, you're dipped in and the water is coming in your car and it's above your windows and oops, you didn't know it was that deep. And oh, the water's rushing now and your car ignition is gone. You're stuck. And this is how in your car. And especially if you have children. We did have a school employee who's there trying to mop up water to keep campus safe for tomorrow. At this point, LAOC says that the schools are open except one. Otherwise, it is okay. So let's see what's going to happen tomorrow, right? We're going to watch this thing. As I said, some of the Cal States have been closed, but mine, Cal State Channel Islands, are basically asking us to make a informed decision as professionals. I want to remind you evacuation orders and warnings are still in effect in multiple portions of Southern California. The governor has issued a state of emergency as this powerful storm continues to come over the nation. People are sending me, parents sending me maps here to see where EPA is good. I was looking at rainfall data. So it looks like the valley is getting the heaviest rainfall at this point. Thousand Oaks, Woodland Hills, Agoura, Calabasas, maybe where we are, in Burbank. Yeah, and then there was a thing that a lot of areas in other counties about power came in on it. There were power outages. Oh, that's fun. Yeah. There you are now, stumbling around the dark, looking for those candles. I told you to get out early and put one in your car. I don't mean to laugh. It is not fun to have a power outage. But it is important that we have our candles ready. I will say, having lived through a few power outages before, I want everyone to stay dry and warm and safe. Being a Canadian, who's been in power outages in the dead of winter when it's minus 20 outside, we all know what you're supposed to do, right? If your heat is not working, if you are experiencing cold, you need to dress in layers. And the most important part of your body that you need to keep covered is your head. 30% of your oxygen is stayed through your head. So even if you're at home, if your heat is not working, put on some kind of mask or cap, bundle up in layers, and make that yourself. When it looks like we are having power outages, we will talk about exactly where they are when we come back. So this thing is don't worry about short. Until power is squirting and live everywhere, and in our house radio app. Right now, let's go to 24-hour channel on YouTube. Come back home.
For the latest on the storm impacting Southern California, keep it here on KFI AM 640. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're ready for it, right? Right? I'm Mark Bonner, live on the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA City Council President Paul Trecoin says LA is prepared for the storm that's hitting SoCal. He says tens of thousands of city employees are willing to do whatever it takes 24/7 to keep residents safe. Trecoin says we have to do our part too. It's not enough to keep yourself safe. It's not enough to keep your family safe. You have to keep your neighbors, the other citizens of Los Angeles, and our public employees safe as well. Trecoin says LA is at its best when we look out for one another and follow government warnings. He says this is one of the largest intensity rainfalls we've had in more than 40 years. The LA City Fire Department says
How was slinging dick, G? You're in love. Well, that's good, man. You're quite the player. Word. So you on your way to the border? No shit. Dude. Yep. Absolutely. Dude, you need to check the weather report. Yeah. Yeah, I can look it up for you. So we're going to look up Eagle. It's base. It's base. Base over. Then so you say eagle to base over, and then I say base to eagle. Go ahead. Base here. Go ahead, eagle. Base here. Go ahead, over. You don't want Austin, Texas weather. You want Eagle Pass weather, over. We're looking it up right now, over. Doug, that's easy for me. It looks like the weather's going to be really good. Yeah, so a bunch of people came in. We had like 10 people in here, and we had people from all over the world. And what we were talking? We were talking about future technology, and so I mean, I'm sure you're down. If we get bored, we're just gonna listen to podcasts. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Do you like Joe Rogan? Excellent. All right. I'm gonna go through Joe Rogan's most recent Spotify playlist, and we'll take a look at a good guest that he had that we both have mutual interest. Dude, do you know anything about nuclear energy? Dude, so this is a game changer one. Okay, so there's director Oliver Stone. He directed the movie Platoon and JFK. On episode 1992 of the Joe Rogan Experience, he was a guest, and he talks about nuclear energy. It's a phenomenal episode. So just one moment, let me pull it up.
before you get to Dr. Welsh. If you get to Dr. Welsh, my content is a little different tonight because I have a background as a local news reporter. You may remember me from KPOC and then UPN, and where I covered riots, fires, floods, and earthquakes. So this is not new to me what's going on here today. Reminder to everybody, evacuation orders and warnings are in effect for portions of Southern California. The governor has issued a state of emergency as powerful storms hit the region. Most of the Cal states are closed. My university, California Islands, including the professor's responsibility of deciding whether to go on Zoom or not. In order to students, keep listening. I've reached out to the igers, the librarian, and the library class. We're starting to see as we get different power outages. Extended power outages can impact an entire community and the economy because they could just communications, water, transportation, it can close retail businesses, it can cause food, spoil, obviously, and the dangerous is the prevention of proper precisely. So, particularly, we've been monitoring where we even have power outages. We have some outages in Frederick County, Santa Monica, I've got an apartment. There's some passwords, and there's a lot of things working as well as the people say power outages,
Fukushima, we have these
All right.
ideas in our mind about the dangers.
All right, you ready? All right, let me know if you can hear it. I'm going to start playing it in one moment. Yeah, let's just test it out to make sure you can hear it. Okay.
Really confused, and I'm really glad how you covered it in this documentary about 3 Mile Island. And
excellent. So good. I want to brief you on this. So the future of energy is nuclear, okay? And so a lot of people don't really know what that means because it's complicated. But essentially, there are two types of nuclear energy. There's fission and there's fusion. Fission is when you take an atom and you rip it apart and you use all of the energy from tearing apart that atom. That is fission, when you tear it apart. Then there's fusion, when you take two atoms and you smash them together. Okay, so there's fission and there's fusion. Okay, now basically, for any kind of energy, all you have to do is turn a turbine. Now, what does that mean? Basically, you just have to make a turbine turn, and that creates electricity. So, what does a coal power plant do? A coal power plant has a big industrial furnace that turns big water chambers that create steam that turn a turbine to create power. Does that make sense? Okay, same thing with natural gas. Natural gas is used to turn to heat water to create steam to turn a turbine. Does that make sense? Okay. So in the same way, exactly, and it didn't always make sense to me either, and this interview helped me a lot with that. So then when it comes to nuclear power, the same thing. You just take that energy that you used from splitting the atom or putting two atoms together to heat water to spin a turbine. Okay, all you're doing is spinning a turbine. So that's what we get to. I don't want you to think that like the nuclear core is something that you can't even comprehend. No, it's just essentially an atom that you're either splitting or two atoms that you're smashing together, and you're using that all it does is heat up water. That's right. And that water creates steam that turns a turbine. That's all it needs to be done. Okay. So we're going to talk. They're going to talk about that. There, and I want you to know too. There were, so keep that in mind for what nuclear power is. Now, there have been 3 major nuclear incidents that have occurred in the 80 years of the nuclear program. Okay, now nuclear power is used in a majority of France is powered by nuclear. We still use nuclear in the United States. China is creating over 100 new nuclear plants. Now, of all of the nuclear that goes on, there have only been 3 incidents, and you're going to know of them because the media always reminds you of them. The first one is three, Chernobyl or 3 Mile Island. So Chernobyl happened in Russia, and of that, you always think that like tens of thousands. Exactly. You're right. So you always think like tens of thousands of people died, but it's not true. Only about 40 people died in that. That's true. That's true. But the same can be said about people who were in fallout areas of all types of power plants, including, and they talk about this in the interview, especially coal. If you were downriver of coal, the incidence for cancer are much higher. So don't think that nuclear is the only thing that can cause cancer, because because coal definitely can. So but nevertheless, only 42 people died directly from that incident. Now, yes, some people may have gotten cancer, but it's not as many as you think. Okay, then we have 3 Mile Island. 0 people died at 3 Mile Island. That happened in New York State. That was on the Hudson River. 0 people died there. And then Fukushima. 0 people died at Fukushima due to nuclear radiation. The reason why people died at Fukushima was because there was an earthquake that created a tsunami. The tsunami hit the banks of the nuclear plant that was built on the ocean beach and overwhelmed the radiation nuclear cooling tanks, but no one died from that. They died from the water that killed them from the tsunami, but they did not die from the nuclear fallout. And to this day, no one has died from the nuclear fallout. Now, they'll go through all the statistics. So what I want you to be aware is, in the last 80 years, only 40 people or so have died because of nuclear power. That's not a lot in comparison to coal, in comparison to natural gas, in comparison to even solar. Solar kills a lot of people because people die installing it. And same with wind turbines. You're exactly right. So with that being said, there are those 3 incidents, and they talk about them. So what you have to understand here is that nuclear power is essentially endless power supply. It's miraculous. And in order for us in or in order for us Yeah, baby, how you doing? No, you're okay. So basically, there are those 3 incidents. There's Fukushima, there's 3 Mile Island, and there's Chernobyl. So in the entire course of history, only 40 people have died because of nuclear power. That's not a lot in comparison to coal, in comparison to all the other ways that people have died. So they're going to talk about this, and they're going to talk about how nuclear is the future. That basically the output that you get from a nuclear power plant is almost unlimited. It's incredible. It's 100% cleaner. And then they talk about what do you do with the spent fuel, and they talk about these containers that they have built that are like 20 feet thick cement, and they bury them in like glaciers so that like yeah, that's correct. But believe it or not, it's all really overblown. So they explain that exactly. Exactly. So the entire story is very interesting because I always thought that nuclear waste was like really hazardous, but it really isn't. Basically, they take this stuff and they cool it for 20 years in water so that it's like really, really docile. It's like it's not very radioactive anymore. And then they put it in 20 uh, feet, encase it in 20 feet of cement. Then they bury that underground. So basically, like, it's as safe as you can store anything. But nevertheless, people just get it in their mind that like, oh, it can cause the destruction of the world. Exactly. So it's very interesting. Excellent. Sounds like a plan, Stan. That's okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. So how long have you been listening to Joe Rogan? Austin, Austin, Texas's own. Is he like what you would imagine? That was like his prime. His prime was like 2008. Dead fucking nuts. Definitely. I don't understand why you don't just get some Nas or some Monster Energy or Red Bulls and just be like, dude, I'm just gonna knock this out because here's why. It's midnight where or it's what 11 o'clock p.m. where you are. So basically, if you pound it out right now, you'll get there at sunrise when all the people will be coming in. Well, I mean, make sure you remove your tampon before doing so, princess. Yeah, an autopsy. Right, exactly. Right. That's a good point. It's a valid point. Well, even getting to Austin's an accomplishment. Would you just stay in your car? Oh, well, that works. So then you can just sleep in your car. Right, because there's no. I bet there is nothing, nowhere to stay in Eagle Pass. That's tight. Colorado's a beautiful state. Regular Pepsi? I like wild cherry Pepsi. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand why McDonald's doesn't have cherry Coke. Or like any like cherry Coke is very popular and nowhere carries it in a fountain. That's usually considered the worst kind of soda too. Yeah, the best kind of soda is considered like if you want, like I saw a ranking what the Coca-Cola company considers the best soda. So the number one best kind of soda they consider to be is at the World of Coke in Atlanta, Georgia, and that's because they can control all of the high fructose corn syrup and everything exactly. Then after that, they say the best is at a McDonald's fountain because they have some kind of agreement with McDonald's that they make sure that their lines are very, very clean. And then also they have the same similar or a similar agreement with Chipotle. Then from there are your like your standard bottle. Well, and then as I'm sure you're aware, there are different formulas based on the region you're in. So United States, United States has high fructose corn syrup, but Mexico uses sugarcane. However, in the United States, you can get kosher for Passover Coca-Cola that is made with sugarcane around Passover season. So in like a month, and I'll show you. 1 second, I'll show you. Do you see? Do you see this lid here? It's a Coca-Cola lid. Do you, do you see how this lid is yellow? So it actually has Hebrew on it. I know you can't see it, but it's made by the Coca-Cola company, and it says kosher for Passover. So there are different, and it tastes different. I mean, I could tell you right now, it's very easy for me to tell you if we had and it has a different top. So that's why some 2 liters have different colored tops. They have different formulas, and the usually it okay. So the way that you can get that formula is by buying Mexican Coke, which is the same formula, or you have to find a store that has it in like basically an excess of it, but usually you cannot. You can only buy it in the spring. It is. But it's not every day that you see Hebrew on a Coca-Cola product. It is. Yeah, I mean, you could probably get it now. It actually, when it really goes on sale is when we start cleaning for Purim. I'm sorry, cleaning for Pesach, which is right after Purim. And Purim this year is in late March. So basically, late March, you'll see any, I don't want to say uh, at any store. It's really only in Jewish or larger cities. that you will find this, but you taste the Coke and it tastes like sugar Coke as opposed to high fructose corn syrup. It's immediately recognizable. I agree. Hey, are you a Texas Rangers fan? They won the World Series this year. You know that, right? It's the first time they ever won the World. So that was in Dallas, right? Arlington? Is Arlington nice? What's the nicest suburb of Dallas? I think I know where that is. Isn't that close to downtown but just north? That's cool. Do you ever go up in the Panhandle? Like no one ever goes up there, right? I think it's fascinating up there. The way that their counties are all in a grid and like there's absolutely nothing there. Everything is like based around the high school football team and like I mean, I'm not saying that's a great way to live your life because I know a lot of kids are trying to escape that life, but there's like that's the most simple part of the United States. What'd you say? Exactly. Exactly. It's like the last bastion of wholesomeness in the United States. Exactly. Exactly. It's difficult for the wokeness to get into the panhandle of Texas. Not saying that it doesn't, but it just takes longer. Oh, I'm not saying there's anything um, wrong with having a lot to do. It just seems like that simple life that they live there is like, it's almost like, well, there are so many of those counties. Like, if you ever look at how the counties are, it's all like a grid. It, exactly. And so it's like, well, the only way that you have a chance to get out is to be the best quarterback in that little grid and then to beat all the other guys. If not, you're just going to be working at the local gas station for the rest of your life. That's that's true too. Meth is huge there. Right. Because what do you do once high school is done? But you're right. There's a certain wholesomeness out there where, and also, I mean, it's one of the last places in the United States where you could go out and actually buy some land for under $100,000 and like actually have a homestead. Perfect example. So you could just go out there and you could live on that in your car and no one would ever bother you.
It looks legit. It looks like Jurassic Park. It's all covered in this moss stone. You know, like giant pieces of stone all over the property that have moss growing on them. And it's just covered in trees. Dense trees, right? So, like, imagine just trekking through there. You got your rifle over your shoulder, you got your handgun and your holster, and you got your, like, backpack on, and you're just trekking through there, pretending like it's end of the world, and, like, just having to survive. And it's so fun, like, role playing that.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. And if you're ever lucky, I mean, I think if our homies like fly out to Dallas, we'll take you up there. We can go shooting and start a little bonfire. It's fun, man. You'll like it.
Have a good time, man. It sounds cool.
I'm telling you, you make some good money this summer. Like, we would be homies because, like, I tell you right now, like, neither one of us are rich. So, I mean, I don't know about you.
No, you're definitely correct on that one, my friend.
Yeah, so, but imagine if me and you, like, make some great money this summer together, like, put our minds together. Like, we would definitely, like, hang out and, like,
I'm all about it. Sounds amazing.
And imagine, like, we end up, like, really being smart, and we rent a house, like, in Puerto Rico or, like, El Salvador, and we invite, like, me, you, and, like, some other good friends, and we just make, like, a content house, right? Like, you, like, streaming all the time, and we're just, like, making things, and, like, building small businesses or doing something, right? Like, just working on different things, and, building, and,
It's a very good idea. Here's the thing. At a certain point, and I mean, I keep reading this, but this is what society is becoming. No matter what you are, whether you're a doctor, a lawyer, an OnlyFans girl, a landscaper, you're either a creator or you're a consumer. One or the other. It's whatever you do. And in years past, when doctors and lawyers could have been creators, they're no longer going to be able to because of AI. And everybody's moving more and more towards being a consumer. And in order to avoid that, you want to be a creator as early on as possible. If you're creating, then you're avoiding that consumption part longer than other people, and you'll be able to survive hopefully longer than other people.
that's why, I mean, I try to be, and, like, I just feel like I have some barriers to cross, like the shyness of, like, interviewing people in person, and just, like, being able to organize everything, because there's a lot of moving parts, right? Like the editing, keeping everything charged, doing the videos, uploading the videos.
It's a huge pain in the ass. You've got copyright restrictions, you've got battery limitations, you've got legal limitations, everything in between.
But the payout can be great, right? Especially if I'm, like, making good content, it goes viral, make good money. So, because I can't help it, in this matter, I can't be an OnlyFans model, you know what I mean? So, like, I have to, like, this is, like, my, I'll be honest, if I was on chick, like, it would be hard to, like, not do that.
You have to understand that line is being blurred more and more, that OnlyFans people aren't all nudists, essentially. Some people are on OnlyFans because they teach things as well. People forget that. If you go onto OnlyFans, I mean, I mean, maybe you've been on it. I went on it, but not as a creator, and I was quite surprised that it was not a porn site. It was a lot of teaching people how to do things. Yeah. So here's the thing. I was going to be on OnlyFans, and I applied, and you have to send them your ID and you have to send them your social media accounts. And they didn't like what I had on my social media accounts. Why? Because it's all like a rabbi who's streaming their life 24/7. That's not what they do. They do like really good Instagram model like people. That's not what I am. So I didn't get accepted to their program. So I didn't really, I mean, I'm not disappointed in it. I know that once I'm big enough, I'll easily be able to create as much content as I want. But I thought that was very interesting that, and their platform too isn't exactly what you want it to be. I mean, let's be honest. People want OnlyFans to basically be pay per view or on demand sex shows. And that I agree.
I just feel bad for the girls because I know that they're gonna make this money, right? And then years are gonna not be able to their beauty. They'll saying, like, I mean, I'm sure some guys marry. I guess that one guy married that porn star. Like, I'm sure they're gonna find guys to marry them, but it's just like, I don't know, it's never gonna have like a normal life. Like, I don't know. It's like go to zero. It's like go to 100, whatever you want.
I mean, that's not nearly as bad as their male equivalent, who has no demand on their services. At least the girl has demand on her services for the content that she creates, or perhaps if she wants to be a sex worker. But a guy does not have that same option. He's just going to be homeless, go to jail, or die.
Exactly. One thing I want to say is that this is a really good idea that I think, like, if I run it by you, I think you would really like it. Like, use your feedback for a business that I'm gonna start.
Hit me with it.
I started it with this guy. He was like very rich, living in Miami. This guy drove a Bentley, fucking young dude, like 40, and drove a Bentley, had like a high rise, had $1 million house, everything, like just a rich guy. And I met him at a comic shop. And we talked for like forever. And I told him this idea I had. He said, "Yeah, like go invest in it, like help me start it." Long story short, he ended up fucking me over for money. Like he like asked me to like send him money, and then he like it was crazy. Like he totally tricked me. And even though he drove a Bentley, but everyone told that story. They were like, "Yeah, that's why he's driving a Bentley." It's like it's bullshit. Might have been a rental. What I'm trying to make is the idea is it's called Bitcoin Vision. And Bitcoin Vision, yeah. So we teach people that are 55 and above that what Bitcoin is, what the blockchain is, how to buy Bitcoin, how to properly store it, what a cold storage device is, what a seed phrase is, how to get that seed phrase and like properly store it somewhere safe in your house, like understanding why it's important to not lose it, right? It just it was holding their hand throughout the whole way. Now, who's our target market? Our target market is people that are wanting to buy, 250,000, $1 million, $5 million, right? And I realized he gave me a lot of good knowledge. I gotta give him that. Because I thought we would charge hourly, right? No, he told me if you want the big clients, you have to charge a percent. Okay? So you would charge a percent, let's say 3%, right? 3% of $1 million is what?
$30,000.
Exactly. So that's $30,000 for one client. Right?
Correct.
It's like a $2 million, right? And so they don't. Because here's what I know is so much is so needed. One of the first clients I've been lined up, his name was Bill D. And Bill D is net worth is $350 million. He owns like the largest electric company in South Florida. Like really rich guy, old guy. He wanted to buy Bitcoin. All right, we jumped on a freeway call, everything was working out. And so I think he just stole my idea later, right? Like, or just took my money. I really don't know what happened, guys, but that was our first client. This guy was like thinking about putting a couple million, right? So I was like, damn, it's a good idea. And not only that, but every restaurant I've been to restaurants in our stores where people that work there like would ask me how to buy it, whatever, and like they were interested, so like it's needed. Does that make sense?
Right. I think it's a very good idea, especially in Florida.
Yeah, in Miami. And like there's Miami restaurants live up there.
Boca Raton,
Yeah.
Fort Lauderdale.
But that's like me and you together, especially if like think about this picture this for a second, right? Me and you in suits, okay? Both very young looking, both being very respectful, both knowledgeable as fuck about crypto, okay, and the blockchain. And if there's anything you don't know or I don't know, we can test each other and like, fill in any blanks, knowledge gaps. And then we just like go out, hit that our car, and we don't need an office, right? There's no startup costs. We don't need to buy anything. We're not selling a product, right? We're not their broker. We're not telling them to buy Bitcoin. They want to buy Bitcoin, right? Like we're not trying to convince anyone to buy it. We're looking for people that want to buy it, but have no fucking idea what's going on. Like I'm looking at an ETF and we explain ETF. You're not owning the Bitcoin, right? You're not self-custodying it. And we explain to them, right? So you're stealing market share from BlackRock. Right? Because I'm sure people out there that already have an ETF. Imagine these guys. Imagine if there was a way to scrape someone would find out everybody who has an ETF and find their like number or something and just make it look cool and just make it angry. So you're with ETN, fidelity, you know that you don't know that something's going like at any moment that can be gone and like you're limited, right? And there's only 21 billion planets so you might as well get some of it first, right? And like just telling somebody that like wait, no, like what do you mean? Okay, we have the servers up to the sound with you, and then the management flies we fly and they're like we're on the high network, now again to come to my house. Come to my fucking apartment, Instagram, everything. Like teach me everything I need to know about Bitcoin. I'm charging you, I'm paying 4%. I'm paying 5%. I'm paying 3%. Right? Just an onboarding fee. And then what happens is they're like, I'm not sure if you grab a, monthly fee. I can never
Yeah, I hear you.
No, what I'm saying is they're easily coming from the trust to like my broker, like let's say he calls me, he's like, hey, I need to buy a million Bitcoin or I need to buy $1 million of Bitcoin. You know, I don't know how many because they got money some money for everything, right? Some of you have bonds, some of you have this, some of you have that. They have this guy, they have a guy for everything, right? That's why they're cheap. Get what they're done, they give me money because they get paid to do things, right? So that's how they manage their own Bitcoin arm crypto. Now, does anybody have access to their seed, right? Can it be some kind of OTC wallet, right? Or there could just be something, right? Where obviously we can't steal the money, right? But at least that one time we steal the money, that's over. We might as well kill ourselves. You know what I mean? Like we might as well kill ourselves and never get it. Just like just stop, right? Why would you steal when you can build a great business, make some good money, and then that's not what your kid is, and like not be a fucking scumbag and lie in your face or right?
Right?
It's like, yeah, give me money, but like it never works out in the long run. So that's what I'm trying to make is I think this would be a fucking phenomenal idea.
Well, I think there are elements of it that are very good. I think if you wanted to perhaps maximize the amount of sales that we would make, perhaps is you would get a celebrity endorser who this age bracket really respects. So you would do some market research, some focus grouping, and perhaps there's someone who they see as a trustable person and have them explain the program.
Yeah, I mean, we can go, what's that website where you can hire Cameo?
Yes.
That's gonna be like buying somebody on Cameo that, you know, that age group respects in their like 60s, 70s, 50s. And then we just have them read a script being like, I want to buy Bitcoin because I keep hearing about it on the news, but I didn't know a lot about it. You know, and then I call, Mike.com wherever, you know what I mean? And, they explain everything to me, and, they work with me, they came to my house, they sat on my dinner table, and they stayed 4 or 5 hours straight until every question I had was answered.
Right. Essentially what a wealth investment advisor currently does, you would do for the blockchain.
Here's the thing though, it's not gonna get a license. Here's where we would like beat the system, right? We're not going out there trying to convince people to buy Bitcoin.
Wait, why would you need a license? Why would you need a license to educate people? You just educate people. You're not managing their money. They're the ones who are making the decisions. They're the ones who are creating their.
Exactly. That's what I'm explaining.
Okay.
They already wanted to buy Bitcoin.
Right.
And they just need their hand held and they need to be humble. Right? Because they can't just sell Bitcoin for 70 or 60 or 50. Like, I understand from watch YouTube videos with word lessons, or they want somebody to sit down with them that's dressed nice and looking fresh, especially if we gotta get yo, this is like doing business with you. So like it's just like, oh, this guy knows about money, this guy knows about crypto. Like it's like the perfect thing, especially in Miami. A lot of Jewish people live there. It would be great for business. You know what I mean? And a lot of Jewish Russians live there, so I speak Russian, right? So like we would get a fuck ton of business, and like all we needed was like maybe 50 high net worth clients who then called us or call and say, hey, I need to buy Bitcoin. Hey, I need to sell $250,000 of Bitcoin. Hey, I need to buy this, right? And so we just charge a percent for each transaction, right? 1%.
But that's a broker, though.
That's
A CD is guaranteed at say 1.5%. I'm in agreement with you, and I think it's a very good idea. It's essentially you could teach the history of cryptocurrencies and how to invest. Correct. That's correct. You gotta go. You gotta go to a Bucky's, dog. Where's the closest Bucky's? Where's the closest Bucky's? Eagle Pass. It's so you say Eagle to home base over. I say home base home base here. Go ahead, Eagle, over. Right. You got to get some. You got to get like a. What's your favorite energy drink? Do you ever drink 5 Hour Energy? Oh well. Okay, so you just had a Pepsi, so that's something. Okay, so what's your like? I don't know. There's some good ones. I personally, I mean, honestly, I think they all kind of taste like piss because they're all just kind of yeah, they just kind of like bitter and taurine. But they make Monster makes this coffee version of their energy drink that are very good. They're called like agreed, and it'll work for you. Like if you're one of those people, exactly. If you're one of those people who's having one every single day, it doesn't do anything to you. There's no way you're getting there at that time. There's no way you're getting there. Then you're gonna get to Austin in 3 hours, and you're gonna take a nap. They're all around Houston, actually. That's too far. You gotta be able to power up before then. Yeah, exactly. And be charged for the next hour in Austin. You know what you should do is once you're in Austin, go to sleep and get your nap or whatever, but then go to the comedy mothership and make a video outside of it saying what you're doing. And then tag your location there. And then that'll generate social media cred. That comedy mothership is the biggest fucking thing Austin has going for it right now. That's absolutely perfect. So are you still at home? All right, so let's go over some last minute things that you might need. Do you have a flashlight? Can you hear me? A flashlight. Okay. Do you have a battery pack? A big power bank. You should. Now that's a cool thought. I wonder what the legality of a drone at the border is. I bet there's some kind of law there. You just can't fly shit across the border willy-nilly. And probably not like directly over the border, because if you could smuggle drugs in that way so easily. Which is already done.
very dangerous stuff. And people put their heads in the oven. They go, yeah, also, if you are in a power outage, especially older adults, people with young children, this will be especially vulnerable to extreme temperature. When it comes to food, when in doubt, oh yeah, of course, but why make yourself sick, right, from bacteria growth? If the power is out for more than a day, it's suggested by the county that you be starting a medication that could be refrigerated. And you can always reach out to the LA County or other counties to learn more about how to be prepared in power failure. 211 is the number to dial. 911 is emergency, and only a dial that if it is emergency. 311 is city services in transport and whatever else on the air that turned off or in the last segment.
Oh, charger. Do you have cell phone chargers as well? Okay. Do you have batteries?
A reminder, we are in a state of emergency here in the state of California. The state of emergency is in effect until midnight. Understand the amount of rain that's been coming down. Normally, in an average year, in a month of storm years, we get about 3 inches of rain. This storm has, in some parts, been bringing an inch and a half every hour. That's like a full January every 2 hours. We do have a very severe weather alert in Malibu right now. All the roads heading into Malibu are completely closed. In fact, the airport is happening for San Antonio, Santa Maria Road. That is in effect until 6 p.m. on Tuesday, okay? There's evacuation.
I'm not recommending this, but if you were feeling good at Austin, you can make it to San Antonio because San Antonio. Did you hear me? Oh, sure. I was saying, if you feel good at Austin, you could make it all the way to San Antonio. San Antonio's on the way. Exactly. That's right. Have you ever been to Lake Travis? Is it nice? Do you know who the head You used to race sailboats? That's tight. What's the mascot of the University of Texas at Dallas? Tumek, the opposite of a comet. That's right. Who's the head football coach at the University of Texas? Steve Sarkisian. Right, and where did you go to college? I know where you went. You went to the University of Dallas. You guys are the Crusaders. Because the University of Texas at Dallas does not have a school of journalism, and the University of Dallas does. When's the last time the University of Texas won the national championship in football? When's the last time the University of Texas at Austin won a national championship in football? 2005. Who was their quarterback? Vince Young. Who? Dude, Texas takes their football seriously. I want you to be prepared. Who was the head football coach? Mag Brown. There's a reason why I'm here with Channel 7 and not ESPN. Wait, no, we had a name for it. What was it? Freelance journalism. That's what it was. Freelance. And wait, what did you think? Freelance meant full time, or is the opposite of full time? So there's freelance, and then there's salaried. Well, you were basically. Let's think about this. Can you be a full-time free? I guess you can. Yeah. You can be full-time freelancer. You can be part-time salary. You can be part-time freelancer. Do you know who Bob Ross is? Exactly. He's a painter. Exactly. Yo, dog. You know what else you can do in Texas that's pretty wild? You can drink a beer while shopping. Do you have a first aid kit? Do you have deodorant and toothbrush and stuff? All right. You have extra pair of socks? Do you have a sleeping bag? Pillow? Okay. Do you have floss? Okay. Um, that's not too big. That's not too big of a deal so long as you can charge your phone in the car. And I honestly think that not having a drone is okay because number one, having a drone is a pain in the ass because it only works for like 10 minutes. You got to worry about all the. Even still, it works for what, 30 minutes at max? It's not like it's lasting 10 hours up there. And so, but also, I really think that they have one of those no fly zones around there, just like they have around the airport. So if you try to send that thing up, it won't go. Do you have sunglasses? Did you take this week off of work? So you just are working at the same time? Wow, you have an amazing job. Get me that job, would you? Well, I cannot bullshit you, and you're pretty good at it, so you might have to scoot over. But yeah, exactly. It's easy to get a job if you just lie about everything that you've done, like you did. You're absolutely right. Yeah, but I mean, it's only a matter of time till you get caught. I mean, I've known it. I've known people have to resign because of it. They lied about what their education was, and they got caught later on, and they had to resign. No, but have you gotten a have you gotten a promotion in the last 6 years? Okay, so you've gotten different positions, and they don't require you to put your educational background. I understand what you're saying. Do you have a do you have an air pump, a tire pump? All right. Do you have any no dos? You need like tan, like khaki colors. Do you have a bandana? Okay. Do you have a mask? Do you have that electric mask? Did you charge it? Okay. You should know that thing charges. If you charge it, it lasts for like 12 hours. It lasts a long time. Holy shit, you're leaving for 10 days? Yeah, I thought you were going for like 48 hours. How did I know? You didn't tell me your fucking agenda. My man, you're going to be so fucking bored after 3 days. You're going to want to turn around. No one's going to want to talk to you. You don't speak their language. Dude, I just saw the last caravan that came in. It was all Chinese men. I'm serious. There were no Mexicans in it. Do you ever take no-dose? No-dose is just pilled caffeine. It's like what truckers take. They're also called West Coast turnarounds. All right, baby. Let me know when you're on the road. I'm just telling you right now, not that I doubt you or your mission, but there's no fucking way you're going to spend 10 days there. I'm just saying you might travel around. I'll believe that. But I don't think you'll just stay at one place at the border for 10 days. There's not enough to do. Oh, tight. You're going to Houston? Have you ever been to Sugarland? Yeah. Is it nice? Have you ever been to Corpus Christi? They're really good, man. And they don't taste like an energy drink. They taste like a Starbucks Frappuccino. Well, I mean, if you're gonna road trip, I'm serious about this. You could come and visit me. You could stay with me if you wanted to come to California in the next month. You gonna rent a car? Where's Mockingbird? Look at that beautiful face. Oh, you got it made, man. Hey, Isn't that Chip Cruz with Channel 7? Correct. Are you going down for? Conan O'Brien? Yes. It's like a brown one, and it says Monster on it, and it's called. I'll get you the name in a second. Yeah, so it's gonna look at the white ones. Read the white ones. What's it say? So they're called Java Monster. Or just get some. The juices are good too. The fruit punch one is good. Yeah, but that's 2 hours away, man. There you go. They're all good. Yeah, that's a good move. Dude, get yourself that Fiji water. You don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want that fluoride, man. Dude, Essential sucks. Fiji water's cock. Shut the fuck up. It's your pH. Dog, square bottle all day. Fuck you. Hell yeah, baby. That's cool. You're the Bitcoin guy. He's a good looking man. Was he in the service? Wow, very cool. I thought it was illegal in England or in the USSR. I think it was illegal in the USSR. That's all really cool. Did he move to the United States eventually? Did he move to the United States? Right. Is it rechargeable? Tight. Let's see it. Oh, yeah, it looks really good. It looks really good. Yes, it would. Very nice. I cannot shake this guy loose. I love your fancy fancy. I cannot shake this guy loose. Fancy Nancy. See it in my hair. Fancy Nancy. I cannot get this guy. Jim, I noticed a lot of these accounts following you. I did a search. Oh, cool, new stuff. Ah. Some clients has been called ViralRabbi. I make concept yeah. Oh, hilarious. I don't even know what this means. What's it say? There are hundreds of accounts that start with ViralRabbi. Today, I got tired of blocking tomorrow. I continue. So funny. So funny. Linda. Cheryl. Jim, I noticed why. Who the fuck is Jim? Magdalene. Jim. I noticed a lot of them. Please say hi to ViralRabbi. That's nice. Look at that. That's okay. Yes, you should. You're right. Hey, we got somebody in here. What's going on, Showman? How you living, baby? How are things going in Australia, you pimp daddy? Living the dream, pimp. How are you? I'm just living like a pimp. My man here is on his way to the border of the United States and Mexico. Definitely. Is it raining on you, Anatoly? It's a good clean. Look at you, baby. You're looking like a pigeon. Correct. That's right, baby. Just say Bitcoin. Just say bit. Just say Bitcoin. The ticker's Bitcoin. Oh, I completely agree. It's confusing. But it could really fuck people over. Nancy, Nancy. I cannot shake this guy. This pure spirit. Pure spirit. Yeah, that's baller. It's beautiful. I see it. Yeah. Very cool. Yes, sir. Are you on the road? You ready for some Joe Rogan? Take your time. Did you drink that monster yet? Good move.
You've heard me talk about the world of this month. Finally brought half a million others that are perfect for Corona launches. That's ViralRabbi. Corona is a once-a-week system you can rely on if you're ever in a situation where you need protection. It's legal in all 50 states. No background checks are required, and it's shipped right to your door. I don't know where that actually launcher, but it's a great compliment to my partner. We use it started with less lethal, and the Corona pistol is the best alternative to carry before. The Corona pistol fires fireproof bullets like tear gas and kinetic ammo. Government agencies and police departments across the country rely on Corona as their go-to less lethal option. Works for them and will work for you. Check out their 14,000 4-star reviews. Corona is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and it's shipped directly to your home. Visit Corona.com/skills now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's BYRNA.com/skills. I remember a particular bad storm a few years back. The lights are out, kids are terrified, all occasions were able to completely shut off in the world. I swore I would never put my family in that situation again. That's why I created the Matrix Power Generator 2000 X. Matrix Power Generator harnesses the endless power of the sun to power your life, TV, medical equipment, even your fridge. The Matrix Power Generator is 50 years installed, so it's 100% safe to use indoors. Matrix Power Generator doesn't need gas. Go to patriotsolar4.com now and see our entire line of powerful solar generators. Power your cell phone while camping, power your in-town home. We have a power solution that fits your needs in one place. Go to patriotsolar4.com now. That's Patriot, SOLAR, number 4.com. Order now before the next storm while we still got stock. Order today and receive free shipping and free solar panels. Go to patriotsolar4.com now. And welcome back to our story with ROTHSCHILD. Folks, you've been doing this for so many years now. You're one of the top investigators out there. What got you, what got you into it? Or what got you interested in the field?
Well, I started into this was a trend with Alan Hunt. He had all these Italian sightings, and I translated for him. I would travel with him and got
What do you think of the recent price increase at McDonald's? I think that would take the cake. Right. Right. Word Mockingbird. Yo, dog.
there to get all his files. We have black vans and ticket on one ticket going for no color redacted. So, but honestly,
97.9 remix, motherfucker. Just a remix. Fuck your couch.
I do have a best estimate of some conspiracy, genetic stuff. I think it's history, and I tell you history, and that's all I'm doing. I'm not going after anybody, but when that happens, what the powerless is, then people over to get the powerless and know. It's way down to the 623 box something board university. All my archives, the audiences, everything is at Rice University with Richard Schrader, Jack Blake, and now Jack Ross and John Maxwell. I have to send it to a university, all of it.
What happened? Can you hear him? Ching-ching. No spaces. That's some shit. Where'd he go? You're good.
And I remember asking Mr. Bogucci about this, and he was an expert. He was a good friend of mine. I used to have dinner with him all the time. He said, "You can't go to the he said, "We got enough problems with our own here." He said, "What is coming here is we have been trying to get it to go back." I said, "What is coming here?" And I think that whoever is doing the contract just needs to go to government. There are companies who can quarter. We've been talking about government. They've been doing this for years. Who exactly are you talking about? So system management. And when you talk about government in general and what part, then I think there's a management group, and maybe a couple of them like you guys as well, but there's a management group. But I think the problem is the funding that's been made from the back engineering and the propulsion system. And as far as reward, how do you guys get credit for that? Well, each person could be funding it, and each person could understand. So that's what we're asking, and thank you for asking that question.
Yeah. Yep, just a moment. I'm here. What's up, baby? Yeah, somebody texted me. I was texting with them.
will be an uncertain time. We'll be back in a moment with caller airs to take final calls for prayer as well. If you signed up yet to become a Post Insider, it's a great deal of 15 cents a day.
What's your feedback? I'm a Post Insider because I can always stay up to this with a Post and Post Live. Being insider lets me listen to it first thing in the morning, and sometimes even when I'm at work. Hey, it's Mike from North Carolina, and I'm a Post Insider. If you like me, you get a little side piece time to like and subscribe, if that's okay, because I can listen to the show anytime, anywhere, right on my phone. I'm Dawn from Denver Beach, Oregon. I'm an insider living in a rural area because the access goes to the any show.
Any show, anytime, there's a ways to sign up. Our website, photooftheday.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. The other way is to download our free app and put it on your phone. For the app, get 2 months free of an Insider membership. And if you live in Canada, or down in Alberta, you can sign up to be a Post Insider as well. And we're connected to you. If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss, virtually just coming out. Choose the true secret to weight loss plus and down plus. Your product creator Dan to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss is focused on eating less calories. So a lot of people don't realize that one of the most important things to control is insulin levels. When we keep it in a good state of the liver, then it goes to the muscle. It's pretty important now when it goes into the fat. Yes, there's insulin present, the body's protein that you just ate. So the body has a mechanism that it actually shuts down the energy in the fat. So you have to be able to control that insulin to where it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to burn the fat.
That's another innovation as well.
You have an absolutely amazing weight management as well. So the concept of this is control insulin, it's called a insulin synthesis. Also has an exact diet to control your insulin levels. So by using these diets, we're following this diet, it's putting the body into the fat burning mode.
And weight loss examples. What will solve a problem most overweight people have going against them? What is that?
Their full body temperature is correct, and if you go after ideal weight, that is your metabolism. So this thing in summary is stated that the weight at the drop does because the insulin also gets delivered, and then the weight at the afterwards to increase that metabolism. Not uncommon for somebody to lose a half a pound to a pound a day. So it really is the perfect duo for fat loss.
Why Georgia's weight package rock and capsules now. Can't you get those now? Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code CHOICE. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. Georgia's weight magic from healthylooking.com. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity. With over $6 billion in tax refunds, you're flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're buying this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity theft. You may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. You could become the victim of tax-related identity fraud. LifeLock has US-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft case. Plus, all LifeLock clients are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information. All you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% with two promo code GEORGE. That's promo code GEORGE for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
That's tight, dude. Are we ready for podcast? Are we ready for a podcast? Then listen to music, baby. Absolutely. Then listen to me. I got you. I got you. Listen to music. Pump it up. What up, Sproto Gremlin? How you living, baby? Sproto Gremlin, you living like a pimp? Sproto Gremlin, how are things in Greece? You slanging dick? Sproto Gremlin, what's new in the zoo, baby? Sproto Gremlin, how you living, baby? I'm living like a pimp all day, every day, sideline to sideline. Okay, so here's what Sproto. That's okay. So Sproto, Anatoly has a long drive ahead of him. He's got another 2 hours to drive. So he needs you to keep him company. So talk with him so that I can sleep. So Sproto is from Greece and Anatoly is from Texas. Sproto, have you ever... I got a replacement. I got Sproto Gremlin. Sproto Gremlin's tagging in. He's in. He's ready. Sproto Gremlin. I think it can be anything. I think you can have an American standoff, a Japanese standoff. I got Sproto Gremlin here. Well, no, I would listen to the podcast and just... I mean, I'm not saying I'm falling asleep. I'm just saying that, I mean, we're just hanging out. I would just be listening to it. You don't have to do anything for me, but I mean, what more do you want me to do? We helped you pack. We checked all the news reports. We gave you the location that you need to go. We know that it's exactly essentially 2 hours away. You're 65 miles away from Austin. Where are you going to stay in Austin? Dude, you need to just stay in the mothership's parking lot. Why not the mothership's parking lot? Yeah, dude, that's epic. What are you doing? What are you doing wrong? When you went to the mothership, did you go in the little boy or the big man room? Like the big room or the little room? Did you eat? Did you get a drink? So you haven't been inside? No, there's both. Sproto, have you ever been to Texas? Sproto Gremlin, we just asked you a question. Have you ever been to Texas? Sproto, come on, man. I thought you were like, hey, I haven't slept in 10 days. Sproto. Sproto. Well, you don't have to listen to it, but I'm going to listen to this podcast anyway at the same time. Because I'm sorry to hear that.
In our mind about the dangers of nuclear power, and I love the analogy that you made in the film.
Oh, that was just this thing playing. Sorry. All right, here we go.
About how driving a car is not scary, but it's dangerous. Flying in a plane feels scary, but it's far safer. Yeah. And this is a great analogy to nuclear power. When you went over the data, when you talked about the amount of deaths from coal every year, when you talk about the amount of deaths overall ever from nuclear, it's stunning. It is. It's stunning. And then when you cut to, in the documentary, you showed the anti-nuclear movement that happened after 3 Mile Island. Yeah. And how crazy it was. There's all these stars and celebrities, and they're doing concerts. We've got to stop nuclear power, and what a mess.
That happens when the fad becomes fashionable.
Yeah.
It was a very successful move, but you're talking about the negatives here, and the accidents, and we cover all that in the film, which is called Nuclear Now. And the idea that was behind it was because I really was like you. I went along with those things in the 70s and the 80s because I didn't know better. I wasn't educated. I really wanted to know, what is nuclear power. I wanted to go back to the source, and you got to go back to the beginning. And you got to
What'd you say?
To Marie Curie and Albert Einstein and World War II and all how it got developed. This nuclear energy.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Beautiful, incredible, almost a miracle.
You just rugged. Repeat it again.
We have an Earth. It's in the Earth.
Let you know what?
It's everywhere. The planet, the Earth, the sun, and
I'm just lying down. I'm just listening.
We took it like Prometheus, and we kind of misinterpreted it, misused it.
Well, I'm going to try to stay up for as long as I can. So, if you want to talk, let me know.
World War II was happening just as the nuclear fission was being understood, and made the bomb. They made the bomb with it because there was a war on. They rushed it, and they did an amazing job. Oppenheimer down in Los Alamos, and they got it. They were successful. But as you know, it was misunderstood at that point that nuclear energy was not a nuclear bomb. In the contrary, a bomb is very difficult to build, and it takes a lot. It takes years sometimes. It takes scientists. They have to enrich the plutonium, and they have to work at it. There's all configurations in the bomb that don't exist in nuclear energy. So when people see a nuclear energy plant, they subconsciously they cross it with both war and they cross it with horror films that they've seen in the 1950s with radioactivity and monsters that come out of that. You know, spider bites the man and he becomes Spider-Man. You know, Hulk.
Yeah.
It's incredible stuff that happens, and it's all. And Hollywood has done no favors to it. It's continued for years and years and years, and then of course you had 3 Mile Island. The film was coming out at the same time, China Syndrome, and with Jane Fonda. It was a good film. I enjoyed it. We all enjoyed it, but it really was hysterical and alarmist, saying nothing happened at 3 Mile Island except the reactor did melt down, but nobody got hurt because the containment structure worked to keep it in. So there was no release of radiation. And they continued on. Silkwood was another one. And then, if you remember, not too long ago, there was the HBO thing, Chernobyl.
Yeah.
Which was a complete fictionalization of what happened at Chernobyl. So we went to Russia and we talked to the scientists there, and we wanted to know what happened at Chernobyl, and we find out, and it's in the film. And the same thing is true for Fukushima, which is unbelievable because, like, when you go to the bottom of it, I was astounded to find out that nobody died there from radiation. Not one Japanese. They checked the whole thing out, and it's been done to death. But you hear about 15, 20,000 people died.
That was wild.
Tsunami and the earthquake, which was the biggest earthquake Japan ever had. I mean, really, we show the earthquake, we show the tsunami, the wave was 100 feet tall. There was a badly built wall. The wall was not a seawall that could hold. And the generators were flooded beneath the water.
And these were also not state of the art.
That's right.
It's like what they can do now in terms of these power plants.
No, everything gets better. I mean,
yeah.
But even those nuclear reactors built 60, 70 years ago are still functioning. They're legacy reactors. They do work.
Yeah.
And we mustn't dismiss them. Yeah, it gets better and technology gets better. Like as in any business, there's another generation and it's better, but hopefully better. But
the point was that they could avoid what happened in Fukushima today.
Well, Fukushima was, if you look at closely, Japan had built 20-some reactors at that point, and this one is the only one. The others were exposed to the same earthquake and the same kind of tsunami. Several of them were on that same coastline, but this particular one, this plant was the only one that was shaken up. And even then, all the radiation that was released, there was a hydrogen explosion. That radiation released in the air, you heard about it. It was supposed to be another Chernobyl. Well, we have shots in the film showing they're taking tests on all the Japanese citizens, and nobody it's low level, what they call low level radiation, which is we can sustain it. We have DNA in our body that repairs our body as each day goes by.
But it's also, you point out very well in the film that there's a lot of radiation that you don't even take into consideration that you encounter constantly. We have this idea of radiation as being a net negative. It's a terrible thing, but it's just a thing. You get it from being outside. You get it from rocks. You get it from all sorts of things.
There's radiation in this room. It's you get radiation from eating a banana.
I think what you said is so true that the films and comic books and are fictions of radiation. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, that started early.
It's a giant problem because
comic books and all that.
It plays to the worst aspects of human nature, which is we just love to get terrified about headlines. So we don't read into the devil of the details.
Exactly. That's what was confusing to me, and I really, we're miseducated. And there is still a bias against nuclear if you mention it to anybody.
Yeah, it's scary instantly.
But the point is we can live with it, and we have to, because we're facing a very difficult situation, a cliff that we're going to go over, and it seems that no one's really getting it. So that's why I felt like the film, I wanted to know, I need to educate myself. So in doing the film, I think I was able to bring out these things you talk about. What is wrong with nuclear energy? It can work. It is a miracle. We should use it, and we should use it abundantly. The Chinese and the Russians are way ahead of us. They built it, and they built it with government backing, not like the U.S., where we kind of back it, but we don't really back it. So as a result, well, China's really cutting out now because they have about 70 reactors, approximately 70 reactors. Yeah, about 74. I think. Anyway, they're building, and I heard, I don't remember the source, but I did hear that they're putting another $140 billion into this thing, which means that they're going to build 150 some reactors over the next by 2038. That is a serious investment. Serious investment.
Wow. That's a serious investment that would take a long time for us to catch up to.
Well, it's not about competing. It's
right,
about,
but if we wanted to do what they're doing right now,
well, we have,
even if it's not competing, just to be current.
Yeah.
So they're the leader right now.
Well, no, we're the biggest country in the world, but we still have 90 some reactors online.
So China's climate goals hinge on a $440 billion nuclear build-out. That's interesting. So we still have more, even with all the negative stereotypes about nuclear reactors. We're planning at least 150 new reactors in the next 15 years, more than the rest of the world has been built in the past 35.
That's wow. That's why I'm surprised you.
No, it just says right there.
Oh,
Jimmy just had it pulled up.
China has. Wow, you got a system worked out.
Yeah, Jamie's a wizard. Look at him over there.
Best. He doesn't know what the stuff is about. But
this article that you just pulled up, Jamie, this is from Bloomberg.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, you see, you got the source right away.
And this is from 2021. It's this whole thing. It is exactly how you lay it out in the film. It's almost like we have to cure ourselves of these misconceptions, and if we don't, we're screwed.
China's building that. They don't fuck around. Now they have a lot of coal. They're still building coal plants, right, because they have a huge demand, and they have to get off the coal. That is crucial because they are completely contaminating the atmosphere as well. The more nuclear they build, the better it will be.
The contamination from coal is terrifying. We showed a documentary that had been done with. Do you remember the documentary?
No, but I remember it.
It was a documentary. It was all about one of the things it was highlighting is all the people that live around these plants and the air quality they suffer. It's insane. Their cars are covered with like a thin film of all the particulates in the atmosphere.
That's correct.
It's horrible.
They estimate from air pollution alone. I've read figures of 4 million deaths a year.
It's just so many cases of respiratory illnesses. It's horrible.
I want to say 4 million a year from air pollution, but 1 million at least from coal a year. That's what I've seen. But there could be more coal. So
and who knows what the health negatives are on top of that. Like how many people are suffering with illnesses and ailments because of those particulates, especially around those reactors or the plants rather. Yeah. It's horrible.
Well, we still have coal in the U.S.
Yeah. No, this was in the U.S. This was in Indiana. Am I correct?
Oh, yeah. No. They have coal everywhere. I mean President Trump said Trump digs coal. I dig coal.
He said clean coal once. What the fuck are you saying? The fuck are you saying? Cleaner than what?
The other
Lighting tires?
Now, the other truth in this is gas. You know how ugly the oil thing is. I mean, there's the waste and all the oil. And this fossil fuel itself is destroying the universe because we're putting carbon into the atmosphere, CO2. But gas is considered, they're using gas everywhere. Even it seems like a modern thing. They say, well, renewables, which is solar and wind, we're all for that. I want wind, I want solar. But they don't work all the time. They run out winter, at night.
Is it also a problem with battery technology when it comes
Well,
to
that's
this?
part of it too. But the point is, when they run out, what they need is gas backup. It's backup. You see, nuclear doesn't need storage and it doesn't need backup. That's the beauty of it. It's a real clean energy. And gas does. I mean, renewables do need backup, and that backup is gas.
So it's not 100%. Like one of the issues is about storage, the waste.
Yeah.
And when you talked about just the size of the amount of storage, it's not nearly as much as a lot of people think it is.
The amount of quality waste that we in America has used up to now in the last, since 1958, whenever shipping port was built, amounts to about the size of Walmart. You put it in a Walmart. In other words, people make a big deal about waste, but they don't realize that it's so intensive and energy, huge amount of energy that it's how do you say, compact as a result. So it fits into if waste itself is a positive of nuclear, because first of all, there's been no harm done. So it's been buried in casks, and first of all, it goes into water, maybe 2-3 years. That's a conductor that takes the radioactivity down, and then it gets put into casks that are 12 to 14 feet. They build these casks in the United States. They're concrete and steel. Concrete is a great, does not conduct radioactivity. Concrete stops it. So concrete and steel casks work. They can go for 100 years, and then you can do another 100 years. And then eventually, you realize that radioactivity drops each time. In 4 or 5 years, it's way down. It drops to almost. I don't have all the figures, but you can see that it's a ridiculous fear given compared to what? Given climate change is so dangerous.
And compared to the deaths that are already occurring every year just from using the methods we have now, in comparison to the amount of people that died from nuclear, it's very, very small.
Well, the only people who died from nuclear that we know of are Chernobyl. There was 50 first responders who died in the actual. They were the badly protected when they were sent in by the corrupt and decaying Soviet government, and then they were hiding the fact that there was a leak. The radioactivity went all over Northern Europe, and still, it was not what we think it is. It's not like Hiroshima or Nagasaki. It wasn't that enriched kind of radiation. It was a low-level radiation that exists that went out there, and they went out. The UN went in, and the WHO went in, and it was really exhaustive what they did, and they came up with a number of about 4,000 possible deaths from cancer after Chernobyl. Now, since then, there's been another examination by another scientific organization that says that is even in a high number. We don't really know because people die from cancer, naturally. So we don't really know how bad Chernobyl was, but nothing like what the environmentalists say is the end of the world.
Or the HBO series.
Oh, the HBO was a disaster. I mean, it was.
I didn't see it, but I heard it was great.
Yeah, it was great as tension.
Yeah,
all that. Yeah, I make movies. I know you can make movies out of disasters, but it's not fair.
It's not fair. It's
Nuclear
not fair.
Never had one proponent. Nobody in. That's what bothered me. Nobody said it's a good thing, as opposed to it's this horrible beast.
It's crazy that it's something like that that's right in front of our face. It's right in front. It's not like something that has to be invented. It's not theoretical.
No, it's like again, myth over. Use your reason. Go scientific.
Yeah.
Trust the science, which is very hard to do in a world where, imagine, tobacco is sold to us as tobacco is good for you. Car seat belts when not necessary. We have automobile safety. All the good things that happen they happen against the desire for profit.
Yeah. But even this desire for profit, it's like when we're talking about like renewables, you're talking about that. It's really interesting that gets connected to green. Everyone says that's green. This is green power, green energy. But there's very little that's more green than solar.
Yeah, it's never mentioned. We went to Davos with a film, and they're talking. Here they are at Davos, all the world's richest businessmen, biggest guys, movers and shakers. They don't even have it on the agenda. They talk about clean, green, this, that. It's maddening. It's maddening. We had to struggle to get a screening of nuclear, and we got one. So in other words, people know about it, but they
it has to become trendy, right? Right? I mean, it's almost really what has to happen. It's almost like that has to become the trend of being one of the people, the early adopters to recognize that nuclear is the way out of this.
It's a sad thing because the truth is they worked for 70 years and it still work. And the old ones work. But okay, we want new stuff. But that's the American way. We always have to have a new thing because we get bored with the old thing. Oh, nuclear, I heard about that's dangerous. Right? That's the way the reaction. So now they're building in the U.S. There are 50 companies working privately with some Department of Energy help towards making SMRs, small modular reactors that are sleek, great looking, and they all have different methods of working, including natrium, including Bill Gates is there with a new company. And
does this lead to nuclear powered cars? Because if so, I'm in.
Sure. Well, no, that's another thing.
I want one of those.
No, cars, transportation, that can be done with. That's another. See, it's not just electricity that has to be improved. A lot we have to nuclearize electricity, which is about a third of the problem. But we still have the problems after that.
Internal combustion
transportation, and aside from that, heating buildings, heating offices,
cooking,
heating in general.
Yeah.
For apartments, for offices, and then there's the industry aspect of it. Concrete, steel. These are huge, highly intensive CO2.
Yeah.
They consume a lot of carbon to make these things. And don't forget it, agriculture. Jesus, it sounds horrible, but ammonia is one of the worst byproducts of ammonia is in the air. And you remember the Oklahoma bombing.
Yeah.
But ammonia is terrible. And what we have to do is electrify everything, essentially. So the demand for electricity, given the whole world's coming into it, look at all the people in Africa and Asia who are coming to want what we have. They see television, they see what Americans have.
Have you gotten into regenerative farming at all and looked into that?
Not really.
It's something to consider, because when you were talking about ammonium, when you're talking about just the different fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides that get put into the ground, I don't know if it's scalable for the entire country. That's the real problem with it. But there's people like Joel Salatin and White Oak Pastures that's down in Georgia, and they figured out a way to have farms where it's regenerative, where the animals are eating the grass, they're fertilizing the grass, they use the fertilizer for, to grow food, and they bring in these animals to these ecosystems, and they have them exist in a way that it just basically contains nature. It's just the way the natural cycle is, and they have a zero carbon footprint. It's essentially everything sort of works in balance, and that's how it's supposed to happen. And if you look at, especially from White Oak Pastures, he had a video of the runoff from a rainstorm from his property into the river, which is nothing, to the next door neighbor's property who runs an industrialized farm, and it's a fucking disaster. It's horrific to look at, because you just see the topsoil's gone. Look at the difference. There's a clear line between his property on the left and the neighbor's property on the right. I mean, how insane is it that this is normal for us? This is the problem. The problem is they've gone into these monocrop agriculture situations where they use the same land over and over again, and they have to apply fertilizer, and they have to apply herbicides and pesticides, and make it toxic for everything. But whatever the fuck it is they're growing, a lot of the stuff they're growing is genetically modified in order to be more tolerant of these pesticides and herbicides. And that's not good.
No.
This is a major source of the problem.
Fertilizer. But I can't comment on that.
Yeah, it's really interesting stuff. It's obviously not my wheelhouse either, but these people that I've had to talk about it.
But the point is that we're going to need, as some people say, 3, 4, 5 times the amount of electricity that we have now by 2050, which is we use 2050 as a goal mark because that's the IPCC standard. They said that by 2050, all the countries in the world have to bring down the carbon emissions to zero. Now,
how is that
possible? It doesn't work. I mean, the green renewables are great. It's a great idea. It made great sense when you saw Al Gore's film. But the truth is that CO2 keeps going up, not down. It's gone up since then. And we've spent trillions of dollars since the 2000 period. This is 20-some years now, and it just hasn't worked. And nobody admits it. That's what's crazy. So the only way to get the carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere is do it clean, do it right now. You got to get rid of gas, and you got to get rid of oil, basically, and you got to be severe about it. That means you have to have an alternative, a clean, cheap, scalable alternative. And nuclear is the only one that's proven itself for so many years, and yet it doesn't even get talked about. Maybe journalists will say, and there's nuclear, which is dangerous, but it's not dangerous if you do it right, if you build it right and you keep it right. It's been done time and time again. It's just that one. I wish there had been more accidents. It would have really taught the lesson. Every industry has had needed accidents. I mean, when they started the railroad, they thought that your brain would get pushed back in your head because of the speed of of going forward. Same thing was true with airplanes. You had more crashes before the airplane has been, modified into this incredibly powerful machine. We're not going to get rid of the airplane. We have to use fuel. We have to use aviation fuel, and that will come from the marriage of hydrogen and carbon, actually. And it will need a lot of heat. that heat is going to come from nuclear. It's not going to come from anything else. That amount of heat.
So we also have to take into consideration that if the population continues to grow and we're doing things the same way, whatever our output is now that's damaging, it's going to get worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
There's going to be more people.
The United States is in good shape compared to the rest of the world, but look at India.
Yeah.
Look at Africa. Which is, I mean, people will burn wood if they have to, much less coal. I mean, they're not going to stop people from getting things, and they're going to want energy. That was going to be the prime. India is crucial. We bring it up in the film. They are doing some great nuclear work. They have 20-some reactors in India, but they are definitely on the path of coal, like China. They're going to get, their demand is enormous for coal. So what happens? There's no luck. We can't get out of that mess. We're going to have so much pollution, so much warming that the only way we can do it is by building nuclear and taking everything else we can throw in there, including renewables, alongside it.
Well, I think it has to become something that people are aware of and becomes trendy, and that's one of the great things in the film. This Brazilian woman that lives in Austin.
Oh yeah, she lives in Austin. Her name is Isabel Bonke.
And she makes TikTok films.
Yeah.
And these little TikTok videos, the great thing about those is they become viral. And maybe that is how the message gets out.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think it needs to be addressed by leaders. The leadership of, let's say, President Xi of China has committed to the UN that by 2060 they will have zero carbon emissions.
Well, I think
that's a vow.
It's going to take someone who's got some courage.
Yeah.
Because politically, it's an issue. Because people do have this false narrative in their head. So it's going to take someone who's willing to step outside of what the polling would show. Because I would imagine that the polls, most people, if you just started talking about we have to switch the entire country over to nuclear power, if you're running for president, people go, whoa, 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 whoa. So many people just have the knee-jerk reaction that is brought about because of these films, because of the anti-nuclear power movement. There's still that propaganda exists in people's heads, or the false narrative. Rather.
Necessity is the mother of invention. As things get worse, it will be clear that we need nuclear more and more and more, and we'll come late to the game, and we'll say, well, we got to build more and more and more nuclear because it's not working with wind and solar.
Right, but I don't think you're going to see that from a politician. I don't think a politician's going to stick their neck out. I think it's going to have to be so prevalent in the public narrative. It's going to have to be so prevalent in the zeitgeist that they think politically it's okay to be a proponent of it.
Well, I think the younger generation is changing the numbers of the demographics. I think 60% I'm reading are pro-nuclear now.
How many miles till Bucky's? Anatoly. Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Anatoly. Yo, can you hear me?
Reactor and run a submarine for 50, 60 years.
That's insane.
And also, if you put two of them into an aircraft carrier, you've seen the size of those.
Yeah.
That's it's a giant 6,000 people on that thing. That can go for also two reactors can make it. That's what they're doing actually. Two reactors can make an aircraft carrier go for I don't know how many years, 50 years, 40 years.
That's insane. It's incredible. I mean, you realize there's nothing like it. The fact that that's not something that people marvel at.
No.
That you have a ship at sea that's powered entirely by nuclear power and it can go for 50 years or whatever it is.
We try to show that in the film, and it's just a miracle.
It's insane. It's so much different than anything else. And if you just do it right, like they do with the submarines, or like they do with,
you need discipline, and then you need to do it, and you need to redo it and do it and do it. So you standardize it. The United States never standardized it. Japan did, Korea did. They built one type of reactor, and they built it consistently. Just recently, Korea built four heavy water reactors, big ones in UAR, the United Arab Republic. Four of them, 1.4 gigawatts each. Gigawatts a billion watts, and so it's 5.6 gigawatts. That's a huge amount for the United Arab Republic. They'll cover a huge area.
That's incredible.
That's the kind of building you need to do, but you have to do it consistently.
Isn't the phrase?
Go ahead, please. And by the way, you can ship it too. You know, if you assembly line it, like in Korean shipyards or something, you can build it in a way that with SMRs and parts, you can put the parts in and ship them like a Lego set. Down, up and down the coastline of China or the coastline of America, any country. That Russians did that in Evek, which is an Arctic outpost. They sent a barge. The Greenpeace, of course, predicted it would be a nuclear Titanic, and it wasn't. It arrived in Quebec, and it's set up, and it's working beautifully to this day. So SMRs are shippable, and they can be built in shipyards. They can be assembled by thousands. There's no reason not to.
Now, what about if one of those things sinks?
Yeah, well, water absorbs radiation.
So, like, what happens when there have been nuclear submarines that have sunk, right?
Not well. If they did, there's been no damage.
Isn't the phrase "can neither confirm nor deny"? Doesn't that come from? I think that comes from an operation. I believe I heard this on Radio Lab. I think that phrase comes from an operation where they were trying to recover a Russian downed submarine.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah. And they had to answer the question. And so when they were questioned, their answer was, "We can neither confirm nor deny."
Right.
Because they were put in a position where they were supposed to interact. So how do we say this? We can't lie. We can't say, "No, we're not going to tell you," because we have to answer. So the answer they came up with is, "We can neither confirm nor deny," which is it's very eloquent. If you really think about it, if you want to be a bullshit artist, like, that's an amazingly eloquent statement.
That was the one that Howard Hughes was involved in, Global.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, Howard Hughes.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Never heard more about it. You know, whatever happened. It was, the world's like
the world didn't end.
That's the thing about nuclear. Right. People say, well, when something goes wrong, it really goes wrong. But
there's no evidence.
That's an exaggeration.
But in comparison to the things that we absolutely know go wrong with just transportation, just driving, like, deaths are inevitable when you have hundreds of millions of people. Obviously, you want to mitigate them as much as possible. You want to mitigate dangers as much as possible. But we're just victim of, like, bad narrative.
Industrial accidents, how many people die a year? 2 million.
It's incredible.
So 50 people died at Chernobyl, and here we are running away from nuclear.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But that's humans. We're so weird like that.
Germany is the craziest of all. I mean,
Yeah.
they are smart people. Well, I thought they were mathematical geniuses,
Well,
engineers.
explain what you're talking about, because a lot of people probably don't even know that they shut down.
They originally built 20-some reactors in the 70s, and they were doing very fine with it, and they had no problems. And now they've shut them all down because of the Green Party, which is a political party, Green Party, which is also pro-war, pro-NATO. You know,
Yeah.
strange Green Party. It's a hybrid. Anyway, they came into power, and it's a democracy, and they don't want any nuclear. So they shut down all their plants that were working. And we show that in the film.
It's insane.
And what did they go with? They replaced it with coal and gas, and as a result, and a lot of solar and a lot of turbines. In fact, if you look at the solar park that they built a gigantic solar park in Germany, 495,000 panels, 490. Can you imagine that? 500 acres, 495,000